And an early good evening, everyone, and to those watching on our YouTube channel. We have some players scratched, and only one of them is scratched for 2 games. And then we have 2 others who are scratched for the night. In the daily double, the first daily double, Garcia will be scratched from games 1 and 2, but should be joining us for game 3 and any other of his assignments. So, with the scratch of Tambour and Aron, game 1 will read like this. I'll do it in order of post. Post 5 will be Danel. Post 6 will be Oyardi. Post 7 will be Delpeche. And the substitute is Javier. That's how it's going to look for game 1. Danel in for Garcia, Oyardi, number 14, in for Tambour, and number 91, Delpeche, in for Aron. In game 2, scratch Garcia from post 8 and elevate number 12, Oleron. Oleron will play game 2 in post 8, and Celaya will be the substitute. As for the rest of the changes, don't have them all yet. But after game 2, we expect Garcia in the lineup from game 3 on. But Aron, number 52, and Tambour, number 57, are out. And give us a few minutes to organize the substitutes and everything else, and we'll get that to you. But just wanted to get you the news for games 1 and 2 that Garcia will not be in the early daily double. Never to get a chance to say hello. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Dania Beach High Life for tonight's semifinals of the Biscayne Cup, and preceding that, 9 games of the world's fastest game in Quinella-style scoring. We mentioned we've got a bunch of changes and got them all organized, so here we go. Again, we have Garcia missing the daily double, but he'll be available the rest of the night. So you'll have Garcia from Game 3 on, but you will not have number 57 Tambor or number 52 Aran at all tonight. So in game number 1, in order, post 5, scratch Garcia and replace him with number 21 Donnell. In post 6, scratch Tambor and replace him with Oyard, number 14. And in post 7, scratch Aran and replace him with Delpeche. And Javier will be the sub for game 1. Game 2, scratch Garcia from post 8 and sub Oleron. So game 2, post 8 will now read Oleron, and Celaya is the game 2 substitute. In game number 3, post 1, scratch Tambor and put in number 15, Javier. He'll be paired with Argoitia, Javier and Argoitia in the 1 post in game number 3. And in post 2, scratch Aran and put in Libois. So it'll be Libois and Donnell. He's a handy-dandy guide on the board also. In game number 4, scratch Tambor from post 2 and put in Vicente. It'll be Vicente and Oyard in the 2 post in game 4. In post 8 in game 4, scratch Aran and put in Garcia. So it's now Vicente Oyard in the 2 post, Garcia Oyenard in the 8 post. Game 5 is scratchless. Game 6 is not. In game 6, in post 3, scratch Aran and put in Oleron. It'll be Oleron and Donnell in post 3 in game 6. In post 8, scratch Tambor and put in Garcia. It'll be Garcia and Oyard in post number 8. In game 7, 1 change, post 5, scratch Aran and put in Celaya. Celaya will play post 5, game 7. In game 8, scratch Tambor from post 5 and put in number 68, a Metz. It'll be a Metz and Oyard in post 5 in game number 8. And in game 9, scratch Tambor and Del Rio will play in game 9, post 7 in singles. Now, Tambor is listed as the substitute for the Biscayne Cup in the front court. That place will be taken by number 99, Vicente. Speaking of our semifinalists for the Biscayne Cup, will be in the opening partidos, Aritz and Lopez, the only undefeated team through the first couple of nights, taking on Uresti and Ibarlucea. There'll be 2 sets and maybe a tiebreaker. And then 12 and 13 will be Dania Beach Invitational champs Johan and Gorka meeting Goitia or Alex and Leke. The winners of those matches will meet tomorrow night in the finals to conclude this hectic and exciting week of Biscayne Cup action. There's our schedule. Tomorrow we'll have our normal matinee at 1 o'clock. Then at 7 p.m., we'll have, following our 9 games of Quinella Highlight, we'll have the Biscayne Cup finals, 10 and 11. Same format, 15 points, win 2 sets, you're moving in, or you're the champion in this case on Saturday. And if we split the sets, then we'll have a tiebreaker to 5. Super Singles returns on Sunday, February 22nd. 9 games, all singles, including 5 Superfecta games. So hopefully you got all those scratches. They'll be repeated before every game, including a reminder about this daily double scratch, where in game 1, 3 players are out. You now have Donnell in post 5, Oyardee in post 6, Delpeche in post 7, and in game 2, you have Oleron in post 8. Our broadcast is brought to you by Better Care of Broward Medical Center. They speak English, Spanish, and French, accept all insurance, and welcome walk-ins. Visit their primary and family practice at 599 South Federal Highway in Dania Beach. Better Care of Broward is your local choice for all your medical needs. Tonight's uniforms are proudly sponsored by IGT and Every, together built to win. Champions Corner, which will be up and running tonight over by the back wall, is sponsored by Dolphin Jewelers. Treat yourself or someone special with jewelry from Dolphin Jewelers right down the street at 52 North Federal Highway in Dania Beach. They buy, sell, repair, and trade all types of jewelry, even custom designs. Mention High Life for an extra special discount at Dolphin Jewelers. Our media coverage is powered by TPI, driven to connect. And in Connecticut, place your highlight wagers at mywinners.com, the #1 betting outlet in Connecticut. MyWinners.com is where Connecticut bets on highlight, and now they can do it in the palm of their hand because MyWinners has a mobile app on the App Store for iOS, and you can place your bets at app.mywinners.com because it is, after all, the #1 betting outlet in Connecticut. First game in about 7 minutes. Thanks for being here. Stick around for tonight's festivities, and good luck. Last call for our first game, and again, in order of post, with Garcia out of just the first two games, only games 1 and 2. In game 1, he's being replaced by Donnell in post 5. In post 6, scratch Tombor. He is out for all of his scheduled games today. He's being replaced by number 14, Oyard. And in post 7, scratch Aram. And number 91, Delpeche, stepping in. So those are your changes for game 1, and also the daily double. The other change is game 2. Garcia not playing game 2, but will be in game 3. Oleron will be playing in post number 8. Won't even have to change his shirt. Again, a welcome to all of you here. Thanks for being here early. We go back to 7 o'clock for game 1 tomorrow night. And so no matter what time it is, we do ask before our first game of the night, those who are able to please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. It's time for game number 1, spectacular 7 singles with Laporte in post 1, serving to Celaya in post number 2. This is the start of the early daily double. In this game, all points will be doubling after round 1. There's the serve. We're underway. Just pointed 2. Del Rio, post 3. It's out of bounds, point to 3. Metz in post 4. Point to 3. This is Donnell, post number 5. And Donnell, who's subbing for Garcia, puts that Rabote in court for a winner of the 5. Here's OARD subbing for Tomborn, post 6. Tejada, and that is going to work. Point to post 6. Here's Del Pesh filling in for Aral in post number 7. Point to 6. Oleron, post 8, completing round 1. Oleron takes the open 2-all, point to the 8. The points are now doubled. Here's Laborde in post 1. 7-point game, 1st to 7 will win it. Point 8. In the 2 post, here's Celaya. Score that for the 8. Oleron with the possible game point at post number 8. Here's a Mets in the 4 post, possible game point for post 8. And 4 grabs 2. Here's Del Rio in post 3. Nice touch on the devote by Mets, point to 4. Now Donnell in post 5. Score 2 for the 5. Del Pesh in the 7 post. One to 5. Possible game point for Donnell in post 5. Here's Oyard in the 6. Point to the 6. LeBoard, post 1. Big Rebote. It's going to come out for LeBoard to put it toward the front wall. Oyard has it. And scores. Point 6. Oyard with a possible game point at post 6. Here's Celaya in the 2 post. 6 with a possible game point. Oyard playing it aggressively, right side, going to come out for Celaya. Point 2. Returning with possible game point, it's Olaron. In post 8, 2 will serve, 8 has the possible game point. And that will be a winner for Oleron. Point end game to the 8, 6 second, 5 third. Oleron wins the first game in post 8. OERD is second in post 6. Donnell third in post number 5. H6 exacta 70-20. Quinella 6 and 8, 75-20. 865 $2 trifecta, $3.55 and 40 cents. 8 is the first number in the early daily double, and we move to game 2 of the scratch in post 8. Garcia will be out. Oleron will be in. Celaya is the game 2 sub. You have 5 minutes to make those selections. Again, Garcia will be in for the rest of the night after game 2. However, Araw and Tombor are both out. And we'll give you the details on all of the games in case you missed it earlier. Starting with game 3, there's only going to be one game that won't be affected. That's game 5. Obviously, the other thing is for the substitute position for the Biscayne Cup in the front court, it will be Vicente. Biscayne Cup, of course, will be game 10, 11, 12, and 13. Semifinals tonight. The 2 winners will play tomorrow for the title. Last call for game number 2, and a reminder of the change. Garcia out and Oleron in. Post 8. Game 2 is spectacular 7 singles, and will conclude the early daily double. Oyonard serving in post number 1 to Laborde, who's in post number 2 with a blue shirt. All points, of course, will be doubling after round 1. The game is on. That's a point for 2, and that'll bring out Delpeche in post 3. Well, that just does make it, point to 2. Vicente, post number 4. It's a great save by Vicente. Point to 4. Now Donnell in the black of post 5. Nice catch by Donnell at the 7 line. Tried a little drop shot, didn't come out the way he wanted it. Vicente looking for the chick-chack, and point to 4. Ecke in the gold, post 6. Point to 4. Mets, post 7. Fine throw by Vicente, point to 4. Now Oleron subbing for Garcia, post number 8. Big rebote by Oleron. Chance for Vicente to attack with it, though. Oleron aggressive along the side wall. And an excellent right side, point to 8. The double point round beginning with Oleron serving to Oyenard in post number 1. Leaping grab by Oleron off the back wall. That'll be hard to come out, but it does. But the effort just a little too high, point to the 8. Delpeche in the 3 post. Point to 8. Possible game point for Oleron in post number 8. Misses Laborde at post 2. Oleron with possible game point. Shula, point 2. Now Donnell, post 5. That sails out, point to 2. Laborde with possible game point in the 2 post. Here's Ecke in post 6. It's given by Laborde. Ecke with a nice grab. Again, a fine rebote by Laborde. 2 wins the game. 8 is second and 4 third. Winner of game 2 was Laborde in post 2. Oleron second, post 8. Vicente third in post number 4. 2-8 Exacta, $105.40. 2-8 Quinella, $23. 2-8 4 $2 trifecta, $249.80. And an 8-2 daily double for $101. We're ready for Game 3, our first doubles match of the night. And this features, of course, the Superfecta. It's a 9-point game. Also the start of the Pick 3. Changes, we got them. In Game 3 in post number 1, scratch Tombor and put in Javier. It'll be Javier and Arguitia in the 1 post. Libois replaces Oran in post 2. Number 27, Libois, playing the front court in post number 2 in this game. Also in the Pick 3, in post 2, scratch Tombor and put in Vicente. Vicente with Oyardi in post 2. And in game number 4, scratch from post 8, Oran, and put in Garcia. Garcia and Oyenard will be the post 8 team in game 4. Tombor and Oran are scratched for the remainder of the night. Last call for betting game 3. Again, the changes in this game. Javier is in for Tombor in post 1, and Libois replaces Zeron in post 2. Game 3 is spectacular 9 doubles. It'll be Javier Nargoitia in post 1, serving Libon Danel in post number 2. This game starts the pick 3 and also features the Superfecta. It's a 9-point game with points doubling after round 1. Game is on. Point of the 1 here in post 3, Garcia with Eki. Costado by Garcia, point to 3. Chanika and Del Pesh, post 4. That was tipped. Call in the front court, the ball was tipped, point to 3. Ahmed Sanoyanard, post number 5. That's an underserve, point to 5. Olaron and Kempendegi, post 6. A little Dejada, and Olaron scores for the 6. Now post 7, Celaya and Laborde. Oh, terrific grab by Laborde at the apex of that bounce, and Olaron right there. Laborde. Here's the 7 with the point. 8 on the court now, Vicente and Del Rio. Point to the 8. LeBlanc and Donnell begin the double point round to post 2. Ramate, point 2. Javier Nagoitia, post 1. Point to 1. The 4, Chanika and Del Pesh. Cortada from, almost caught too, but Arguitia wins that point for the 1. Here's Garcia with Eki in post 3. Point to 3. Ahmed Oyonard, post 5. Point to the 5, put away by Ametz. Now Oleron and Ken Pendeghi post 6. Oleron, Cortada, precise, point to 6. Celaya and Laborde in post 7. Point to 7. Now this is the 8, Vicente and Del Rio. Del Rio with a scoop and the overhand right, point to the 8. Now Libois and Donnell post 2. Point to the 8. Here's Janika and Delpeche in the 4. Point to the 8, and 8 has a possible game point. Here's post 1, Javier and Argoitia, 8 serving to the 1. Vicente sends a right side deep, and Arguitia back in position. And Vicente cinches the game for post 8, coming in second. The 1, post 3 is third, then a 4-way quad playoff with 5 serving 6 and 7 on deck. Point to 6. 6 with possible quad point. Here's the 7. Quad for the 6. Vicente and Del Rio, the winners of Game 3 in Post 8. Javier and Arguitia second in Post 1. Garcia and Ecke third in Post 3. 6 was fourth. Oleron and Canpandegi. 10-cent Superfecta, 8136 for $61.15. So the $1 paying $6.11.50. $8-1 Exacta for $56.40. Quinella 1-8, $36.60. 813 $2 trifecta, $955. And the first number in the early pick 3 is an 8. We move into game 4, and again, there are changes in this game. In post 2, Scratch Tambor and Vicente will play. The new team now, Vicente and Oyard. And in post number 8, Garcia will fill in for Aran, who is out injured. It'll be Garcia and Oyenard in post number 8 in this 4th game. Our broadcast is brought to you by Better Care of Broward Medical Center. They speak English, Spanish, and French, accept all insurance, and welcome walk-ins. Visit their primary and family practice at 599 South Federal Highway in Dania Beach. Better Care of Broward is your local choice for all your medical needs. The uniforms are proudly sponsored by IGT and Every. Together, they're built to win. Champions Corner, the sponsor is Dolphin Jewelers, where you can treat yourself or someone special with jewelry from Dolphin Jewelers. That's just down the road at 52 North Federal Highway in Dania Beach. They buy, sell, repair, and trade all types of jewelry, even custom designs. Mention Highlight for an extra special discount at Dolphin Jewelers. Our media coverage is powered by TPI, driven to connect. And in Connecticut, the big news they're still talking about is now the mywinners.com. Oh, you can get it on an app. That's right. Carry it with you in the App Store from iOS. It is, after all, where Connecticut has their highlight bet on at mywinners.com. Also, you can place your bets at apps.mywinners.com. Tonight will be the semifinals of the Biscayne Cup. Games 10 and 11, 12 and 13. It'll be Ritz, and Lopez taking on Oresti and Ibarluzea. That'll be games 10 and 11. And then games 12 and 13, Dania's Johan and Gorka versus Alex and Leke. The winners will advance to Saturday night's finals. 4 minutes till game 4. Again, game 4, last call. Post 2, Vicente replacing Tombor, and post 8, Garcia in for Orong. This is the 4th game, spectacular 7 doubles. A Mets and a tie in post one. They're serving to the two. Vicente and Oyard. All points doubling after the first round. The game is on. Nice little placement there by Vicente, point to two. Here's the three, Celaya with Campandegi. Point to three. Libon Del Rio in post four. That's a winner for the four. The five is Javier and Laborde. Five gets into the game with a point. Here's the six, Chanika and Arguitia. Point to five. It is Oleron and Donnell post seven. Point seven. Garcia and Oyenard in the eight post. Point to 7. Double point round beginning with the Mets and a tie on the 1. Point to 1. Vicente and OARD, post 2. That's an overserve. Point 2. Celaya and Ken Pandegi, post 3. Too high, out of play. Point 2. Possible game point for Vicente and OARD in post 2. Here's the 4, Libois and Del Rio. Possible game point for the 2. Good catch there by OARD. Strong right side. Del Rio can't get it to go. Point in game to post 2. Three-way playoff for second and third place. 5 will serve 7, 1 on deck. Underserve, point to 7. 7 as possible place point. Here is a Mets and a tie in post number 1. Point to the 1, and this is place and show point. 1 will serve the 7. what a save by Ametz. Oleron quickly in one motion, and Ametz got his steps in but didn't get the point. 7 will be second, 1/3. Vicente and Oyardi took game 4 in post 2. Oleron and Donnell second in post 7. Ametz a tie in third in post number 1. The show bets will be refunded. Show bets to be refunded. 2-7 Exacta, $67. 2-7 Quinella, $29.80. And a 2-7-1 $2 try, $494.60. Some good news, Game 5 singles, no scratches. It's the only game on the card tonight other than the Biscayne Cup where we do not have a scratch. So enjoy it. We will. 5 minutes post, Game 5. Last call for game number 5. Last call. Game 5, spectacular 7 singles with Garcia in post 1 serving to Javier in the blue of post number 2. This is a spectacular 7 game with points doubling after the first round. Point to 1. Vicente, post 3. Point to 1. Oleron, post 4. Great catch by Oleron. Fires the return. Oleron. Nope, it's out. Great effort. Point to 1. Ecke, post 5. Ecke throws a little winner, point to 5. Now the board in the gold, post 6. Point to 6. Oyenard, post 7. That's catch by Laborde. And a counter scoop by Oyenard. He's going to unload on that big right side. The boat type out of board. That's a good one, but Oyenard doing his Spider-Man impersonation. Laborde, that's a tremendous catching. And again, Laborde with another great grab. Great throw from Laborde. Well done. Point to 6. Delpeche in post 8. Big bounce to the bote, point to 6. The double point round beginning with Javier returning in post 2. Point 2, Vicente, post 3. Vicente scoops. 2-all to Bote. Well done, point 2. Javier will now serve to Oleron in post 4. Oleron well positioned. Javier scrambles to save it. Oleron's got some options. And Javier, terrific save. Oleron's options this time will be Tejada. Got it up a little high though. Look at the scramble by Javier. He'll try to kill it, and he does. Point 2. Possible game point for Javier in post number 2. Here's Garcia, post number 1. And Garcia making the effort. And it's going to be ruled a hold. Point in game to post number 2. Place and show points. 6 will serve to 1. Six second, 1/3. Game 5 won by Javier in post 2. Laborde second, post 6. Garcia third in the 1 post. Two-six exacta, 81.80. 2-6 Quinella, 81.40. 2-6-1 $2 trifecta, $266, and an 8-2-2 pick 3, $398 and 60 cents. Game 6 coming up starts the pick 4. Is a spectacular 9 doubles game with the superfecta, and as you see on the big board, we do have scratches in game number 6. We have Aran out in post number 3, Oleron in, so it'll be Oleron and Donnell in post number 3. And also in game 6 in post 8, Tombor not playing tonight. It'll be Garcia and Oyard in post number 8. Garcia, Oyard in the 8, Oleron, Donnell in the 3. Looking at game number 7, there's one change. Celaya replaces Aran in the front court of post number 5. Otherwise, no changes besides the 1. There's one change in game 8. Take out Tombor in post 5 and put in a Metz. So game 8, post 5, will be a Metz and Oyard. Game 9, take out Tombor from post 7, and it will be Del Rio in post number 7 in game number 9. Biscayne Cup continuing tonight, semifinals. Ritz and Lopez versus Uresti and Ibar Lucia in the first match, best of 2. And in case of a 1-1 tie, a tiebreaker, which we had both matches going to tiebreakers last night. And then games 12 and 13, Johan and Gorka taking on Alex and Leke. Last call for Game 6, last call. We're off to game number 6. Spectacular 9 doubles, the beginning of the pick 4. This game also features the superfecta. Javier and Ken Pandegi in post 1, Sterling de Libois and Argoitia in post 2. The game is on. And a good kill shot for Javier. 1 scores. Post number 3 will be Oleron and Donnell. Point to 1. The 4, Celaya and Eki. Point to 4. Vicente and Del Rio, post 5. Inside placement is a winner by Vicente. Point to 5. Here's the 6, a Mets with Delpeche. Nice touch by Ahmet, point to 6. Here's Chanika with the tie in post 7. Cortada and jammed Chanika, but he made the catch. Point to the 7. Here is Garcia subbing for Tombor and OARD in post 8. Rainbow for OARD, point to the 8. Now the double point round in this 9-point game, starting with post 2, Libois and Argoitia. Cortada by Garcia, point to the 8. Oleron and Donnell, post 3. That's a leaping Oleron. Yeah, beautiful shot by Oleron there, point to 3. Here's Javier and Ken Pendeggi, post 1. Point to 3. Celaya and Eki, post 4. That's Oleron with the cortada, and that's going to be a winner for the 3. Here's the 5, Vicente with Del Rio. Big right side from Del Rio. Oleron into the rebote. Good positioning for the backcourt. Nice catch there by Vicente. Donnell flings it back in. Vicente, that's out. Point to 3. Possible game point for Oleron and Donnell in the 3-post. Here's the 6, Amets and Delpeche. That's Delpeche. That is Amets. Drops it off in the middle. Oleron wasn't fooled. Point of game, post 3. 8-second, 1/3, 4-way quad playoff. 7 serving 4, and 5 meets the 6. The winners compete for 4th. Ecke getting rid of it quickly. Nice touch. Janika, 0.7. 5 serving 6. One to 5. Quad point, 7 serves the 5. Seven finishes 4th. Game 6 won by Olaran and Danel in post 3. Garcia and Oyard second in post 8. The 1/3, Javier and Ken Pandegi. 7 took the quad. Chanika and a tine. Three exactas, 79.60. 3/8 Quinella. The trifecta is a 3A1. The 10-cent superfecta, 3A17 for 147.68. So you slide that decimal, and the $1 superfecta is going to be 1,476.80. The Quinella paying $33.40, and that try 3A1 on a $2 ticket for $532. Coming up is the 7th game. We have just one scratch in game number 7, which is the start of the pick 3. It'll be Celaya replacing a Raw in post number 5. It'll be Celaya and Ken Pandegi in post 5. And in game 8, scratch Tombor from post 5 and put in a Metz. And in game 9, put Del Rio in post 7, replacing Tombor. Last call for game number 7. And in post 5, you've got Celaya playing in for Aurora with Aurora scratch tonight. Game number 7, spectacular 7 doubles. And this is the start of the pick 3. Shanika and Del Rio in post number 1. Vicente and Oyenard in post number 2. The 1 will serve. All points doubling after round 1. Game is on. There's a winning 2-all from Del Rio, point of the 1. Post 3, Olderon and OERD. Point to one. The 4 team, Lebois and a tie. Nicely done by a Tyne. Del Rio directing traffic as Shanika comes out with a rebote. Here's Lebois. He'll go deep. And Del Rio's got it. Over his head. Point to one. Celaya in for Ara and Ken Pendeghi in the 5 post. Point to 5. Javier and Donnell, post number 6. Point to 6. Now the 7, Garcia with Eki. Garcia to the inside. That'll be a point to the 7. Now the 8, Metz and Laborde completing round 1. To the inside and in time, and plenty of time, is Laborde. Good catch by Laborde. Cortada and Garcia scores for the 7. Double points. Here's Biscayne with Oyenard in post 2. Garcia with the catch. Corner catch, that's Oyonard. Either. Point to the 2, now post number 3, Oleron and ORD. To the inside, perfect placement from Oleron, point to 3. Lee Baugh a time, post 4. ORD all the way at the back wall. Chop down, a tine. Point to 4. Chanika and Del Rio in the 1 post. Point to 4. Celaya and Canpandegi, post 5. Over serve, point to 5. Javier and Donnell, post 6. Point to 6. Metz and Laborde in the 8 post. And a whistle blow on a juggle. Now the point will go to the 8. Garcia and Ecke, post 7. Scooped up by Ecke. And that's a fine throw from Garcia, point to 7. Vicente and Oyenard in the 2 post. What a grab there by Oyenard. Point 2. The 3 team is Oleron and Oyardi. Oyardi. Point to 3. Now Chanika and Del Rio in the 1. Point to 3. Possible game point for Oleron and Oyardi in post 3. Here's Lee Bois on a time on the 4 post. Possible game point post 3. Double point end game to post number 3. Be a playoff for the final two positions. 3 teams will fight it out. 7 will serve 2. 4 is on deck. And overserve has been called, point to 2. Possible place point for post 2. Here's the 4. 2 with possible place point. That is an overserve, point to 4. Place and show point, 4 serves 2. Point to 2 for the place. 4 shows. Oleron Oyard, the winners of Game 7 in Post 3. Biscayne and Oyard second to Post 2. 4 was third, Lebois and a Tyne. $3-2 exacta, $38. 2-3 Quinella, $19.40. 3-2-4 trifecta for $197. In the pick 3, 3 is your first number. Game 8 starts the late daily double, and there is a change to make in those 2 daily double games, both involving Tombor. In post number 5, a Metz will take his place in this 8th game. It'll be a Metz and Oyard. And in the 9th game, in post 7, scratch Tombor, and it will be Del Rio. Del Rio will take game 9, post 7. Biscayne Cup, of course, is coming up. Following game number 9, you'll be able to bet on each of the games. It'll be Aritz and Lopez looking to stay undefeated. Uresti and Ibarlucea will be their opponents. 15 points per set, no double points. And if there's a tie, we'll go to a 5-point tiebreaker. The winner will go into the finals tomorrow night, and we'll play the winner of games 12 and 13. Dania's Johan and Gorka versus Alex and Leke. That'll be games 12 and 13. Hey, kids, it's us. We don't have a lot of time, but let's get right to it. Benny, which of the 87 partidos we've had this week would you like to talk about?
We never have enough time, Dave.
I know. We're trying to keep it moving because we do know those partidos take some time.
Yeah. Well, like yesterday we had shorter posts, and I think today we're doing the same thing to try to get the games in. So I hope you've been asking people to get their bets in early.
I have, and they have done a very good job, actually.
And what about the Biscayne Cup T-shirts? Have you been pushing those?
I haven't, because I don't know if we ran out.
No, we have. I purchased 50 of them. Not me personally, but we got 50 of them, and then we have some more in the queue in case we need to sell them for next week. But yeah, they're selling. I'm wearing one right now. Take a look. Honestly, what do you think of the logo?
Biscayne Cup logo. Oh yeah, it's the logo we seen before Chino Dania Beach. It's a navy blue, I believe.
Yeah, I think I would have to give a shout out to George. I'm not going to say his last name, even though he's out there on social media and all over the place. But George actually did this logo for me. He put it up for a social media post, and I said to him, hey, can you send me that, man? Maybe I could use it for something. And he sent me like 5 or 6 logos. Great guy, doing a lot of free work for us, which, our company appreciates that.
Every company does.
And anyways, great guy, great super fan. I got a little something special for him later on.
Actually, George, you're the substitute in the front court for the Biscayne Cup.
No, he's not that lucky. But he's out there in the first row with some of our friends. Great. Yeah, I don't know if you saw me like purposely fall into the trap today. It was like a bear trap, and I just stuck my foot in it.
I call it the car wash. That's an old ESPN term. When somebody, like, if you were to go up there, you'd end up on like 5 different networks. That would be the car wash. You do radio,
my
you
man!
do
Let me
TV.
tell you, it's funny because Aregi Jr., the number 32 that played here a couple seasons back, is out there, right? So, but he was all the way back by the bar. I saw him in the front, then I walked back with him a little, and then I told him, I said, keep an eye on me and watch how long it takes me to get to the exit. And sure enough, I think it was like 2 games. I think it was like game 6 when I started walking.
We've been watching, and because we knew you were coming up. I'm going, maybe he's not coming up tonight. We said we were going to talk and blah, blah, blah. And then I said, oh, crap, look at this. He is down there. He's going to be there a while.
Yeah. Well, I do have to say I avoid it sometimes because I'm always busy and I got a lot of stuff going on when the games are going on, but I really do love it. They're great people down there. The people that come to watch it live, I mean, win or lose, they're just, so grateful and so thankful, and it's humbling and it's nice. And again, we get into these deep conversations about A to Z, from current players to, what our plans are for the future. And so it's nice to go out there once in a while. And
sure.
Today it's kind of crazy, but from what I've seen and talked to people, tomorrow is going to be maybe even the first sellout in quite some time.
Oh, well, that would be fantastic. Luckily, I got
We're
my
not
seat
selling
already
tickets,
planned.
so it's hard to gauge. But
good. Well, listen, it's a tournament, deserves it. How do you see tonight?
I think that I'm going to admit I'm taking Teen Yon and Gorka all the way to the end. I want to see them make it to the end. I want to see them win it. They're
Game 8 last call with the Mets subbing for Tom Bohr in post 5.
They're both having a great season here. They won the Dania Beach Invitational. They're going to be in the running for singles and most wins. It's just, like I told them earlier on before any of this started, I want you to win everything. I want you to win the Winter Series, the Biscayne Cup. I want you to win it all. So I even told them they might have to buy a small little carry-on suitcase to take all their prizes back home with them.
Well, the fun thing about that partita was 3/4 of that played Sunday morning. The only guy who wasn't in that final was Gorka.
Right.
So Johan played with Basque, and Alex and Lecce played together. And then earlier we have the one team that hasn't lost yet, Ritz and Lopez, who were tested to the max, the final point of the night. And listen, they're taking on an Uresti Ibar Lucia team. Ibar Lucia really came alive.
Yeah,
yesterday.
I'm going to go ahead and say that maybe he was a little jet lagged the first and maybe tired, but he looked really good. And so did Uresti. I mean, they came out strong. I think Gorka looked a little flat.
He was.
And from my experience with the brothers, they play really well together and they play as a unit, but when one of them is a little off, it kind of carries on to the other one too. So it's not like, Gorka was a little off and Johan could carry him. It kind of like, Gorka would make a mistake and then Johan made a mistake. So they made some mistakes last night, but thank God they're in the semifinals tonight, and I'm hoping for them to win and move on to the final tomorrow. Most likely against Ritz and Lopez, which I think is going to be a great match.
It'll be interesting to see because Ritz, I'll be honest, as a fan as well as a highlight announcer, he was driving me nuts with every serve being caught.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, he got a few by Zuleika, and ultimately Zuleika went for one more. And I was joking that his arms were tired from catching all those serves.
I'll say this about the team of Ritz and Lopez: it's like the one thing that impresses me about them is that they could be losing by 3 or 4 points and they don't panic. They just stay the course. They just play the game. As a matter of fact, sometimes they see the point, they go, I can't get this, and it's okay. I'll get the next one. And they have this calmness about them that carries them through the game, and they always seem to come back.
Well, I like their precision. They're obviously smart. I mean, the experience, you can see that. I'm enjoying watching Lopez. I don't obviously get to see him very much, and I like the thought that goes into his game in addition to the physical level of skill. How do we look here to start game 8?
We're ready to go.
All right, here we go.
All right, guys, we'll talk one last time after this game, and then I got to go to my assigned seat.
This is game number 8, Spectacular 7. The scoring is Daily Double. As well, Celaya and Delpeche, post number 1, serving to Oleron and Canpandegi in blue, post 2. All points will double after the first round. The game is on. The attack to the inside. Celaya gets over in time. Canpandegi with a strong right side, and that is going to get there. Let's see what Oleron does. Little sidearm slinger, point to 2. Here's the 3, Javier and Oyenard. Oleron with a catch. Oleron, 2-1 to Bote, point to 2. Garcia and Argoitia, post 4. Argoitia with the grab. Cortada, and it's going to be caught by Garcia, who's going to throw some low heat, intercepted by Oleron. Point 2. Mets and Oyard, post 5. Campendeggi comes up with a big right side, point to 2. Here's the 6, Biscayne, and a tyne. Tough grab there by Biscayne. Outside placement, high bounce, but not high enough. Biscayne will grab it, cross the wall, and Campendeggi steady. A juggle rule there, point to 6. LeBron Del Rio in post 7. Overserve is the ruling, point to 7. Now the 8, Chanika and Eki. And the ruling was the ball was touched, point to 7. Double point round, beginning with a 1, Celaya and Del Pesh. Point to the 7. Now here's post number 3, Javier and Oyenart. Point to 7. Possible game point for Libois and Del Rio in post number 7. Here's the 4, Garcia and Argoitia. Possible game point post 7. This back pocket scoop by Garcia, ripping right side. Del Rio has got it. Point and game. It's a run out for the 7, 2 a second. 6 takes the show. Game 8, won by Libois and Del Rio in the 7. The 2 is Oleron and Ken Pandeggi. The 6 is third, Vicente and Atine. 7-2 Exacta, 128.60. 2-7 Quinella, 64.40. 7-2-6 $2 try, 672.60. And in the late daily double, 7's the first number. Game 9, it is singles. It is 9 points, superfecta singles, with Del Rio replacing Tombor in post number 7. And of course, it will be followed by the semifinals of the Biscayne Cup. Games 10 and 11 will feature Ritz and Lopez taking on Uresti and Ibar Lucia. And then the games 12 and 13 will feature Johan and Gorka against Alex and Leke. Playing to 15, no double points. That's coming up. You will be able to make win bets on each of those games. Right now, game 9 is the Story Spectacular 9, the Superfecta, coming up in 5.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm always ready.
We got 4 minutes. What do you want to talk about?
What were we talking about? When
highlight.
Got rudely interrupted by
I
a
know.
highlight game.
Yeah. No, we were kind of looking at
tonight.
tonight.
I probably shouldn't say, but I'm
Go
glad
ahead.
that the
Sure,
doubles
Fronton.
games are over because we didn't have any substitutes for the front court. So if somebody would have scratched in the front court, God forbid, a back quarter would have had to go in and play.
Yeah.
That would have been fun because it's not the same as a front quarter having to go in and play back court, but a back quarter going to the front, they have to serve, they have to actually run for shots, which they don't have to do in the backcourt. I played 17 years in the front court, and I played 7 years in the backcourt. And when I moved to the backcourt and I played my first couple of weeks up there, I turned to the backcourters on the bench and I said, "Why do we even pay the backcourters? I mean, what do you guys do?
Wow.
You gotta just stand back here and hope that the front quarter scores you points. That's kind of what it looks like to me. But anyways, what about you, Dave? Forget about me and all that highlight stuff. How you doing? Oh, I got sad news for everybody. I don't know if they know. You're not going to be here next week.
Oh, no. No, not until.
Tell us a little bit about that. When are you leaving and when you're coming
not
back?
Until,
There's going to be misery for all of us.
No, I'm supposed to go to Missouri on Tuesday to work for Bowl TV for the Pete Weber Classic.
Pete Weber? Never heard of him.
Well, you have? You haven't. Everybody pretty much has heard of Pete Weber. So I'll be doing Bowl TV until Friday night, and then I'll fly home Saturday and be here for the final performance, assuming everything goes well.
So who's filling in? What's the schedule? Because we play Wednesday.
Well, it'll be a Dave L. It's going to be the Festival of Dave L's. Big Dave. Yeah. Oddly enough, this year, because this has been an unusual year in many ways, and we say year, but we mean the season, with the many injuries and getting to host this tournament again.
And that Tuesday, whose idea was that?
Not Dave's.
Not Benny's.
And so Dave Lemon will be here Tuesday matinee and Wednesday night.
Okay.
And then Dave Litvin will take the remaining performances, which is Tuesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday mat. And then well, Saturday night if I can't make it in, but I'm expecting to be here. My flight lands at 5, and the airport's a very close drive away.
Just jog on over, man.
I'll just be dragging my luggage down US 1 and showing up about 6 o'clock. So, and that'll close out the season. We're not doing a Sunday closing day as we had in the past, but you'd always kind of did a big thing the night before, and then we'd show up for the matinee. But that is not happening. So, yeah, that's the story with that. And then
and we're doing the trophy presentation or the award ceremony, whatever you want to call it, on Saturday night, probably around Game 6 or 7. I haven't decided that yet. But as a special treat for everybody involved, I'm going to try to get the wireless mic and have you down courtside.
No way. So I better
I'm going to try.
Decent...
I can't promise you anything because there's a lot of moving parts to getting that thing.
Do me a favor and let me know so I have the right clothes.
Well, you're flying in.
Yeah, but I don't.
In sweatpants and a T-shirt, I'm sure.
It'll be jeans. I always wear jeans when I fly. Unless I'm on one of those really ridiculous red eyes. Which mic is which? Well, it's fine. Let's do both. Last call for betting on game number 9.
By the way, I want to make a point before we go. The broadcast for the partidos, I went home and I watched the partidos. Not last night. Last night was dreadful. I think I fell asleep when I was still on I-95. I'm not sure, but the night before I watched the partido, and there's a lot of stuff going on out there with that music, and it's great. I don't have a problem with it, and a lot of things going on. But your voice and everything that you said during it came across perfect.
Well, I'm glad to hear that because there's no way for me to know that, obviously, and with the music being played in between points, which didn't get used to it right away, but I'm used to it now.
Yeah.
In fact, I have requests for the guy, and he keeps playing the same stuff. Like, come on, buddy, mix in some other stuff.
Right.
I texted you last night.
Yeah.
Will he play some REM? He goes, no, and I don't want to say what else you said.
No. I have no control over.
Yeah, but no, I'm glad to hear that because I was worried about that, whether the folks who are watching, wherever they may be, whether they're in their, people could be watching in their cars for all I know.
Right.
So that's important that they understand what we're doing.
And also, I peeked into the chat. I think it was last night. It might have been last night or the night before, and they were singing your praise. Like,
that's very nice.
You're
Thank
the best
you, guys.
Announcer. You're doing a great job, which is true. I tell you that all the time.
I appreciate
I'm kidding around
that.
with you.
That's very kind.
You're great, and we're lucky to have you. So.
Well, I feel this has been a very enjoyable season, despite all the weirdness. I think I've become a bigger fan of the sport this season, as opposed to, which is nothing to say about other seasons being bad. They never are bad, but this season has really been a lot of fun.
I know. I agree with you. And one last question. So you'll be here tomorrow and
and
Sunday?
Yeah, no. I told the bowling folks that this was a big week.
Okay.
And
so you'll be here Sunday. So I'll come up tomorrow for a little bit. I'll come up Sunday for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm prepared. But I will tell you, I took 2 naps today.
Yeah. I haven't taken a nap since I don't know.
I took 2 naps,
days.
and then my friend Mark comes in with a Diet Coke at my request about 7:30. I'm going, I need some help. Now I'm fine. So.
All right, buddy. Well, we'll get this game started so we can get the partido started at a decent hour, and we'll talk a little bit about everything tomorrow. What do you say, Dave? Let's do it.
This is the 9th game, Spectacular 9 singles. Oyard in the red of post 1, serving Chanika in the blue of post number 2. Points will double at the end of the round. The first round, that is. The game is on. Point 2. Arguetti at post 3. Taken off the wall by Argoitia. Point to 3. Javier, post 4. Javier scores the 4. Here's Lebois, post 5. Javier with a kill shot winner, point to 4. Celaya at post number 6. It's out of bounds, point to 4. Here's Del Rio on post 7. It's a sharp carom by Javier, point to 4. Here's the 8, a tine. It's out of play, point to the 8. Here's OARD in the 1 post. That is too high and out of bounds, point to the 8. Here's Chanika, post 2. Point 2, Argoitia, post 3. 2-all, Argoitia, point to 3. Libois in the 5 post. Rebote for Argoitia. Stretch and catch there by Libois. Big right side. That's a good one. Point to 5. Celaya, post 6. Point to 6. Now Del Rio in the 7. Hada. For Celaya, point to the 6. Now here's Javier in post 4. That's an overserve, point to 4. This is a 9-point game. So here's Oyard in post 1. Oyard with a world-class catch. He'll have to turn around the rebote now. Right side for Javier. That's going to be trouble. Oyard got the save. 2-all. Oyard couldn't quite make the grab. Point to 4. Possible game point for Javier in the 4. Here's a tie in post 8. That's a power shot from a time, point to the 8. Here's Chanika in post 2. Perfection from Chanika, point to 2. Here's Argoitia back in post 3. 22. Chanika with possible game point at post 2. Here's Lee Bois in the 5. That was a tricky catch made by Chanika. Big right side. It's going to pop out for Libois. That will not be coming out. That's a point end game to the 2, 4 second, 8 third, 6 fourth. Chanika wins the 9th in post 2. Javier second, post 4. Atine third, post 8. Celaya fourth, post 6. $71.40 for the exacta. The Quinella pays $20 for the 2-4. The 2-4A trifecta, $314.20. The superfecta, $1,000. 417.60. Daily double 7-2, 60-20. 4 out of 4 in the pick 4 for 722. So we'll start fresh in the matinee tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And in the pick 3, 3, 7, and 2, $360. All right. Windows open now for betting on game number 10, the Biscayne Cup. First of 2 games between Aritz and Lopez, who are tonight in the yellow and black, taking on Uresti and Ibarluzea. 15-point partidos. These guys are just now getting warmed up, so it's going to be a few minutes before we start. The time in between sets will go by quickly, so you can make your selections right now. And again, folks, just a couple of differences, and apologies to those who have heard the speech before. In the Partido, this will be only single points, no double points. You do not have to win by 2. So if we get to 14-14, the 29th point of the set will be the last point. Same thing with the tiebreaker if we need one. It got to 4-4 last night. The 9th point of the tiebreaker was the final point. Sidewall serves are legal in a Partido. That means a player, if he so chooses, can hit the sidewall first with his serve. We will have an automatic break. The first team that reaches 8 triggers the break. And you are allowed 5 overserves in the match. So if the first serve is an overserve, that counts on your total. Once you go to 5, you have no more free first serves. An underserve is still an automatic loss of point. Otherwise, the rules of highlight are the same. Reminder that tomorrow we'll continue action here at the Casino at Dania Beach with a matinee at 1 o'clock. And then tomorrow night's performance begins at 7. We're back to 7 o'clock start times tomorrow. And, of course, it will be capped off by the finale of the Biscayne Cup. Then we'll have an all-singles performance. Comes back Super Single Sunday. Returns all singles on the 22nd, beginning at 1 p.m. Then we're taking a day off. Then the final week of the season starts, unfortunately. All right, let's quickly meet our pelotaris here for this 15-point double set match. In the yellow and black, the only team that hasn't lost a game yet. Would you welcome Aritz and Lopez? And their opponents will be Uresti and Ibarluzea. We'll have Benny Bueno with a coin toss to determine who's going to serve first. Call it in the air. And it appears that it will be Aritz and Lopez with the first serve. And the partido has begun. Lopez on the attack, and that's going to be a point for Urquiaga and Lopez, or Ritz and Lopez, pardon me. And Aresti takes the outside. It was open. We're tied at 1. That was just out of bounds. A point to Uresti and Ibarluzea for a 2-1 lead. A Ritz from in close. Cortada. And we're tied at 2. Lopez in the back. It just does make it. Aritz got under that right side, looking for the chick-chack, and it's a great throw. 3-2. Aritz and Lopez retake the lead. Aritz takes the inside because it was open. 4-2. Ibarluzea drives the right side. Aritz keeps it about the inside. And Lopez pulling that out of thin air. Uresti will wind up inside. A little hard, though. Lopez has it. Ibarluzea. And Aritz cruising in right side. Two walls. Stuffed it. Beautiful shot. 5-2. Aritz and Lopez in the lead. And another great rebote right down the wall. It is 6-2 for Aritz and Lopez. Good grab there by Ibarluzea. Lopez hooked that one a little bit. Uresti will go deep. It's going to barely come out. Lopez finds the front wall with it. Uresti did not find the front wall. It's 7-2. That's an overserve. He has 4 remaining. And just to remind you all that there are 5 overserves permitted on first serves in the entire match. After 5 is an automatic loss of point. Costado by Uresti, and it's a good one. The save too high, and Uresti regains the serve. Moritz and Lopez are up 7-3. Uresti tried the inside placement. Lopez will cruise in to make the catch. It's now 7-4. At the back, that's Ibarluzea. Uresti aggressive to the inside. That's a 2-bounce winner. Another point for Uresti and Ibarluzea. That's 7-5. They trail, but they continue to serve. Ritz into the wall to make the grab. Ibarluzea with a grab, very difficult one. That throw, though, a little bit too big. And that will take us to break. It is 8-5 for Ritz and Lopez. This will be a short break. Following this set, there will be a very short period for you to bet on the next game, which you can do. I would really recommend, if you want to do that, that you get in line immediately or to a machine as quickly as you can. The break won't be a long one. Then there will be a decent break before the next match starts for games 12 and 13. That match, of course, will be the Dania Beach Invitational champions, Johan and Gorka, taking on Alex and Leke. And that, of course, same format as what you're watching right now. And so, again, after game 12, a quick betting period for you, and then we'll conclude with either another win for somebody or a tiebreaker. Both of our matches last night went to the 5-point tiebreak. It'll be Richard Lopez serving when we resume, leading 8-5. Uresti looking for the Chula, nearly got it. Lopez flings it back into play. Uresti this time, nice touch. They pick up a point, regain the serve. Ritz and Lopez lead by 2. Uresti to the floor for the save. Lopez comes in to make the grab. Deep right side. Ibarluzea's got it near the wall. Uresti goes deep with the right side, and that chick-chacks. It is now 8-7, and Uresti will be serving again. Saved there by Lopez. Uresti aggressively attacks. Didn't quite get what he wanted out of that, though. Costado from Aritz. Ibarluzea able to save it with the right side. Aritz from the 6 line. Going to go deep. And it is now 9-7 Aritz and Lopez with the serve. Ramate Aresti, Aritz anticipated, comes back with a cortada. And Ibarluzea is on it with the right side. Good right side. Lopez will chop it down. Aresti down the wall, but it'll come off. Aresti with the catch. He'll go for the kill and get it. It is 9-8, and Aresti and Ibarluzea will serve. That's going to be out of play. It's 10-8. Aritz will serve. Aresti with a 2-all. Aritz right there from the wood is low. 10-9. Aresti will get the serve. And Aritz with a remate. It's 11-9, and Aritz and Lopez regain serve. Uresti toward the inside. Oritz is on it from the 6 line. He'll flip the reverse. Ibarluzea steady. Oritz with the save. The opportunity for Oritz to attack, and it worked. Cortado winner for Oritz, 12-9. That ball tipped in the backcourt. It is 12-10. Oritz and Lopez with the lead. Uresti with the serve. That is an overserve. That's his second, 3 to go. Great catch there by Ibarluzea. Save there by Ibarluzea. It's going to come up short, though. It is now 13-10 for Oritz and Lopez. Costado winner. Uresti with a beautiful shot. It's 13-11. Oritz and Lopez by 2. Uresti will be serving. Playing to 15. No double points. Costado is going to go out of bounds. It is 14-11, and this is set point for Oritz and Lopez. Lopez with a rebote, beautiful one, kept it inside. Ibarluzea forced to make a tricky catch. Lopez with a fine grab on the right. And again, Ibarluzea steady. A rich low reverse. Ibarluzea equal to the task yet again. And the first set goes to Aritz and Lopez, 15-11. We'll have a short break in between the sets. Again, this will not be a long break. We'll get you a win price as soon as it's ready, and we'll move into our second set. $2.60 for the win ticket. Again, there's a little bit of time to make a selection on this game. So Ritz and Lopez winning the first set. If they win this set, they move into the finals. If Uresti and Ibarluzea win this set, we will have a tiebreaker played to first to 5. And the first point goes to Uresti and Ibarluzea. That's too low. And it is now 2-0 for Oresti and Ibarluzea. And Aritz now from the 6th line throws a cortada over there. Oresti smashes into the wall to make the catch. Off Lopez's cesta, and it's a quick start for Oresti and Ibarluzea, leading 3-0. Ibarluzea with a catch on the high bounce. Lopez, same thing. Scooped up by Oresti. Goes to the outside. Aritz is right there. And around the world, right side. The effort is coming our way, but it's going to be Lopez and Aritz getting the point. They'll get the serve, trailing 3-1. It's an overserve. That's number 2. He has 3 to go. Oresti chose to take that left side, looking for the Chula. Nearly got it. Lopez puts the rebote back into play, and a nice one right down the wall, and a big bounce to boot. Aritz and Lopez now trailing by 1. Will be serving again. Lopez, bote pronto left side. Big reverse. He looks for the Chula, comes up short. Oresti with the rebote, goes 2 walls. Aritz is right there. Aritz back with the cortada, and we are tied. 3-3. That's over serve number 3, 2 to go. Costado by Oresti. This looks good. That's because it is good. And Oresti and Ibarluzea go up 4 to 3. And that falls short. It is 5-3 for Oresti and Ibarluzea. Ritz looking to split the partners, and it works. Oresti and Ibarluzea leading 5-4. Ritz will serve. Oresti with a grab at line number 8. And here Lopez with a fine catch. And Lopez gets to the cortada in time. Right on the wall in this perfect spot. We're even at 5. Oresti slams the inside placement. It is 6-5. Oresti and Ibarluzea regain the lead and will be serving. That comes up short, and we're tied again. Out of bounds, 7-6 for Richson Lopez. That's an overserve. That's 4. He's got 1 to go. And we're going to break with Richson Lopez in front, 8-6. Don't forget, we have one more partido immediately following this. Another semifinal. It'll be Dania Beach Invitational champions Johan and Gorka taking on Alex and Leke. Same format, 2 sets, first to 15 wins, and if necessary, we'll have a tiebreaker played to 5. Ibarluzea with a hard catch, powerful right side, but Lopez is in perfect position. And it is now 8-7 as Uresti starts to serve. Costado there by Aritz, going to come out, but some confusion between the teams, so it's now 9-7. Aritz and Lopez with the lead and the serve. Service caught, Ramate, and a winner for Uresti. The score now 9-8. Aritz and Lopez in front, and Uresti to serve. Ibarluzea, that ball sailed and was bobbled. So it is now 10-8 for Aritz and Lopez. Tough catch for Ibarluzea. It's now 10-9. Ball tipped in the backcourt. Uresti to serve. A Costado out of bounds. We're tied at 10. Another Costado. This one stays in. Ibar Lucia puts the Debote in play. Lopez, left side. And it is 11-10 for Oresti and Ibar Lucia. They regain the lead. Big right side by Ibar Lucia, and Lopez puts the Debote into play. Oresti trying to throw the perfect shot, almost did. Lopez, big Debote that time. Ibar Lucia can't make the grab. We're tied at 11. Tipped in the front court, 12-11 for Aritz and Lopez. That's number 5. He is out of free overserves. Two all by Oresti. Aritz will take it left side on the wood, and this is going to be trouble. Actually, a break for Oresti for that bounce. Lopez at the 8 line with an aggressive right side catch. Off the back wall. Oresti, right side Debote. It's a good one. Lopez right there. And a fine right side from Lopez. It is now 13-11. Uresti will be aggressive. He'll shoot to Dermate. Aritz well ahead of the game on that one. He'll try around the world, and it will be a pass. Stamp the passport. And we are now looking at match points for Aritz and Lopez as they lead 14-11. Take a look at the replay. Uresti able to keep that into play. Lopez will take over. Rebote by Uresti, and Lopez handles the high bounce with the right side. He'll drive it down the middle. Ibarlucea, right side. It's a great save there by Uresti. Caught the wall, and a match point averted. But Aritz and Lopez have another one. It's 14-12. Big rebote by Uresti. That's a gorgeous shot, and it is now still match point. However, Uresti and Ibarlucea are close to tying the match. They're down by one, and they'll be serving. Take a look at the replay. This is really beautiful. Match point number 3 for Aritz and Lopez. Aritz, he'll throw Costado. Is it going to come out? Yes. Uresti, big rebote. Lopez at line 9 with a reverse. This will be a rebote also. Lopez handles the bounce with the right side. Saved by Lopez. Uresti, Cortada. Lopez is on it. Across the wall, Ibarlucea with a fine catch. Aritz down the wall, and that'll do it. Tremendous partido between these two. Final score 15-13. Beautifully played, and Aritz and Lopez will be in the finals tomorrow night. All right, we'll have a win price for you momentarily, and it looks like it's going to be $2.40. And now give yourselves a chance to stretch a little bit, walk around, make your selections. Head over to Champions Corner because we do have some limited edition Biscayne Cup t-shirts available for a very reasonable price. You can wear the new shirt for this second Biscayne Cup. Our 4 Pelotaris have taken to the court. They need a few minutes to warm up to find out who will join Aritz and Lopez in tomorrow night's final. There it is official, $2.40. All right, looks like we are moments away from getting started. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, in the last semifinal partido. The winner of this will move into tomorrow night's championship game. Let's first meet the Dania Beach Invitational champions. That's how they earn their way into here. In the front court, Johan, his backcourt partner, Gorka. And their opponents have played extremely well to get to this point. Would you welcome in the front court, Alex, and backcourt, Herleke. We'll have the toss of the coin to see who's going to get first serve. It's going to be Alex. Again, 15 points, no double points. Sidewall serves are allowed. Each front courter has 5 overserves on the first serve for the duration of the match. Once you go past 5, an overserve is an automatic loss of point. We'll take a break at 8. Alex starts this partido. First point to Johan and Gorka. That is an overserve. Johan has used one. He has 4 remaining. Gorka will go for the big bounce, clip the wall. It's 2-0, Johan and Gorka. It's in the upper cushion, and Johan and Gorka take a 3-0 lead. That is too high and out of play. 4-0 for Johan and Gorka. Five zero. And a change of pace for the 2-all can be run down. And a high angle, great touch by Johan. Point for Johan and Gorka, 6-love. Costado from Alex. Gorka puts to the bote. Alex has it. Tries to overpower him. A beautiful right side. That's going to be the first point on the board for Alex Enrique. Scoops up, Johan. Big right side. Leke's got it. Opportunity here for Alex. Cortada. And he wins with it. It's 6-2. They keep the serve. Out of bounds, and it's 6-3. 3 in a row for Alex Enrique. That's Leke with no room to run. Johan, fake to the 2-all, goes inside. That's a fine shot. It's 7-3. Johan and Gorka will be serving again. And that'll send us to break. Johan and Gorka leading at the break 8-3 in set number 1, with the winning team going on to the finals tomorrow night, which will be following game number 9. Our Saturday schedule here at Dania Highline will be 1 o'clock tomorrow with a traditional matinee performance. And then at 7 o'clock, and please note we're going to go back to 7 o'clock tomorrow night. We'll have our Biscayne Cup finals, games 10 and 11. And then Super Single Sunday is back. Second Sunday in a row, all singles. From Ozzy to Johan, it's 8-3, Johan and Gorka serving. Gorka ran that down. Alex right there. Gorka coming in to midcourt. Big right side off the back wall. Alex, great save. Johan. That's just too good. 9-3, Johan and Gorka to serve. Then Ramate, Johan's got it on the wood, comes back with a cortada. That's going to be a winner for Johan and Gorka. They lead 10-3. It's 10-4. Alex and Leke grab the point and the serve. That is Alex's first over serve. He has 4 remaining. Gorka, superb catch. And well done there by Leke. Again, Leke with a terrific grab of the backcourt. Gorka trying to cut it, the high bouncer, but Alex cuts it off. Gorka taking it right off the paint. And that's out of play, too high, 11-4 for Johan and Gorka. Johan smashing it and winning with it. That point was over. 12-4. Too high, 13-4, Johan and Gorka. And many set points for Johan and Gorka. We stand at 14-4. Strong right side of the bow tie by Alex. Gorka will play it with a reverse. Leke at the back. Bote from Johan and Leke with the left side. Johan playing deep. Powerful rebote from Alex, played by Gorka. And that will be the end of the first set, 15-4 for Johan and Gorka. There will be a short break, just enough time if you wish to bet on the second set to do so. So if you want to do that, do it right now. This break will not be long. Win price $2.20. $2.20 on the winning team. Here we go. Told you it'd be a short break. Alex there. That's Gorka. That's Leckie with a grab. And that's going to be a point for Alex and Leckie. Over serve number 2 on Alex's account. He's got 3 to go. And the second consecutive overserve is, after all, a loss of point. That doesn't count against his total, but it does count against his point total, so we're tied at 1. And it's now 2-1, Johan and Gorka. It's 3-1 for Johan and Gorka. They'll continue to serve. Johan scrambles to keep the point going for the moment. Alex challenging Gorka, and just strong shot from Alex. It's 3-2. Johan and Gorka in front. Alex resumes the serve. Ball was in. It's 3-3. And now 4-3 for Alex and Lake A. And a casual little pickup for Lecce. Well, it worked out. 5-3 for Alex and Lecce. Alex will run down that remate. Gorka playing well defensively. Just missed the Chula. That's going to be off the court. It's a point for Johan and Gorka. They trail by 1 and have the serve back. It's 5-4 for Alex and Lecce. Johan will go deep, looking for the corner. It's going to come out for Alex. Two to Bote. Johan from the wood. Going for the kill and getting it. We're tied at 5. That is low. Johan and Gorka jump into the lead 6-5. Johan moving in, right side. Cortada. Alex has it. Taken off the wall beautifully by Alex, but the shot is low. It's 7-5 for Johan and Gorka. 7-5. Lecce going for the cortada, and it's going to work. Alex and Lecce get the point and the serve. They're down by 1. Two all, and we're going to break with Johan and Gorka up 8-6 in set number 2. Already up set 1-0. We are about to resume with Johan and Gorka leading 8-6. Johan has 4 overserves remaining, Alex 3. Gorka at the back. And a good grab by Alex. And Lecce at the 8 line with a solid catch. Two all from Lecce. And it's going to be captured by Johan. He'll go over the top of the right side. A lot of spin. Good catch. Again, Leke challenging Johan. Johan goes left side this time, and Leke goes left side. That's a strong left side from Johan, 9-6. Johan and Gorka in front. A reminder that the final, whomever may be in it from this game, will be tomorrow night, games 10 and 11, following the 9th game Saturday night. Off Leke Sesta, it's 10-6. Johan and Gorka in front. Great catch there by Leke. Gorka able to run it down on the wood, looking across the wall. He does so. It's 11-6. Stays in. Cortada by Alex. That's a good one. It's 11-7. Alex and Leke get the ball back to serve. Over serve number 3. Beautiful grab by Leke. And Gorka, a good one in the backcourt also. Alex Botecarito catch. It's 11-8. Alex and Leke get the point. That's wicked. 11-9. Over serve number 4. Alex Cortada. And it's 11-10. A run of 4 in a row for Alex and Leke. Leke right at the back. Continuing to catch well. And it's 12-10, Johan and Gorka. They'll serve. Rebote from Johan, inside. Oh, Leke, that's a magical catch. Right side from Gorka. Leke will get it back into play. Johan will grab it. 13-10. And we have reached match point. Johan and Gorka have a series of match points. And Alex and Leke fight off the first match point. They'll get the serve back. It is still match point for Johan and Gorka. Johan bangs into that left side, coming out for Alex. Gorka going for the big right side over the top, and that will do it. That is match point, and it is Johan and Gorka advancing to the finals to take on Aritz and Lopez tomorrow night. Final score 15-11 for the Dania Beach Invitational champions. And that championship, as you see the final throw right there, a big right side from Gorka, too hard to handle. The championship will be following game number 9 tomorrow night right here at Dania Beach Highlight. We'll have a win price for you shortly, and it's already up. It's $2.10. $2.10 to win on Johan and Gorka. Congratulations to Alex and Leke for a match well played, but our championship is set for tomorrow night in the Biscayne Cup. We also have a matinee performance at 1 o'clock of 9 games, and then tomorrow night 9 more games beginning at 7 p.m., and then we'll crown our champion. And there's the schedule. Our broadcast tonight was brought to you by Better Care of Broward Medical Center. They speak English, Spanish, and French, accept all insurance, and welcome walk-ins. Visit their primary and family practice at 599 South Federal Highway in Dania Beach. Better Care of Broward is your local choice for all your medical needs. Tonight's uniform is proudly sponsored by IGT and Every, together built to win. Our Champions Corner sponsor, it's going to be open tomorrow. Dolphin Jewelers. Treat yourself or someone special with jewelry from Dolphin Jewelers, just down the street at 52 North Federal Highway in Dania Beach. They buy, sell, repair, and trade all types of jewelry, even custom designs. Mention Highlight for an extra special discount at Dolphin Jewelers. Our media coverage is powered by TPI, driven to connect. And in Connecticut, place your Highlight wagers at mywinners.com, the #1 betting outlet in the state of Connecticut, now easier than ever, because there's the mobile app on App Store for iOS at mywinners.com, or Connecticut bets on Highlight, or you can bet at app.mywinners.com. Thank you all so much for supporting the sport and supporting the Biscayne Cup. We'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock for the matinee, and then tomorrow night at 7 for the championship finale following game number 9. On behalf of all of us here at the Casino at Dania Beach and Dania Beach Highline, Dave Lamont saying so long from the Sunshine State.